Ta-da! Hello, hello. Good evening. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. It does the pet twice. That is not what it's supposed to be doing, but hey, it did it. So that's a win, in my opinion. Let me check why I did it twice. Hmm. Okay, I don't know. I do not know. I don't know, and I'm not planning on finding out right now on stream. Um, Welcome in. Welcome to. I tried testing the microphone earlier today. I fear it is a lot quieter than the last one, and this time it's not because I don't know, have it at only 50%, because I checked that it is at 100%. It's not an issue of that nature. I played around with the gain. The Pikachu noise does still very much peak. I'm not sure I have the have it turned on right now. I shouldn't have it turned on, because I was like, oh no, I need to figure out how to make the Pikachu not peak first before I activate it again. That is absolutely fine. I wish you a very, very good recovery. Not being able to breathe through your nose is one of the worst feelings. It's one of those when it's like, you know, when you haven't had a cold in a while, and then you do get sick. It's like the worst feeling ever, because like all the time when you don't have a cold, it's like, it's not that bad. I don't remember it being that bad. But as soon as you do get one, immediately it's just like, nope, yep, this is exactly as bad. But yeah, let's see how well this is gonna go. I'm just gonna have to figure out if this microphone is going to pick up my voice just fine, or if I'm going to have to turn down games again. I don't know. It's not, from what I'm seeing in OBS, it's not peaking as much as it should, but I don't actually know yet. So here we go. Stress test with Ace Attorney, because that means I need to be talking a lot. I also need to open everything I need for this game. There we go. I hope in terms of like redeems and bot stuff, I have almost everything set up again. Somewhat, to an extent. At some point I was like, okay, I did this the entire night. I don't remember what I had for some things. I don't remember how it worked. But we will see. We will see. It's our first trial day, which also means it's our first time meeting the new prosecutor. The new prosecutor for the series. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena! You ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting "I'm fine" in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Courts of Steel voice workout, and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here. That's right. Here. I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice, I'm fine. Alright, I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine. It actually does work. I think it actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high, and I say it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? Maybe not. The point is to release stress, not to get totally exhausted. That's all the record you do. Oh, Mr. Right. Hey, just a little voice walk out. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this. I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news. But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. Yeah, I don't know, say goodbye to anything Phoenix did before and just put him back in the courtroom. I feel I'm too negative about this game, maybe. But we can talk about that another time. Not fair. Inquiring minds want to know. Inquiring minds means you. Wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid back. Did they really? Because that's his 3D model face. But I doubt they 3D modeled the outfit. That looks very off. I'm so used to him in his usual laid back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time, but before that he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So, he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew he was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. Hyperbole? Is that one of those words like epitome, where you pronounce it completely different, or is it just hyperbole? At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Time for you to find out, Apollo. Good thing I'm not here, because I don't have my attorney's badge yet. Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that hand of yours attached to the rest of you. Body, that is. Yikes. But it's one of my quotes of steel, too. So, are you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. No, I'm fine. Right, Mr. Wright, but I'm fine. Now you're watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Timer. Here comes justice. I've always wondered if that's the sound of, like, whoever is keeping record of everything that's happening in court. Or if they just thought, you know what, that is a funny sound. Let's keep it.
Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise.
Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tema. Apollo Justice, defense team leader is ready, Your Honor. I know that big booming voice anywhere. As chip as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who's the young lady next to you? Amathina Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh yes, of course. I almost forgot that he's currently serving time. Because he's so good at his job.
And he gets an animated cutscene.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
I don't like Fulbright's voice. He seems to me like someone who would have a lighter voice, a brighter voice. So what the hell do I know? I'm not the one who casted these. I do actually. Let me check. I should still have it, yes. I mean, it's from a completely different era, but I do still have my badge. Oh. Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell.
Hello.
I'm good. Took a nap earlier because I was tired, and I feel tireder still. But other than that, how are you doing? Ahem. Is the prosecution ready? You just lived that long. Ah, true. Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Of course, forgive me. Why are all the people related to this case so scary? Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. What's the matter? Must we continue to fret our way time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. Pointless? Oh, well. Looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue. But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand. Well, then your boldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors? Who? Me? It's a time for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement? Old dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Was it great-grandchildren? How old is Blackwell? You're only 28? Ooh. Oh. Oh, that hurts my brain somewhat. He always felt to me like he was way older. All this is, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace. What? You actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex QB, alderman of Ninetails Vale. And the defendant, Damien Temmer, mayor of Temmertown, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prince won a murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary are the potential suspects, both have alibis. So those born with the young. Oh. To be fair, we're getting closer to the canon timeline these games take place in. So... what would he be? I think? Wait, if he's 28 now... he could either still be a millennial, barely? Oh god, no, you know what? I'm not gonna think about it. And a star that was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident has no motive. So in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible. Bravo for your boldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head. Flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says as the judge. Yeah, because his name is Simon Blackwell. Get it? Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness for the day, Detective Fulbright. Witness, please state your name and occupation. And the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn a life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. He does. He does. That is a feather in his mouth. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Maybe. Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it. But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. No. Blackwell is, a friend. A friend. Two birds. As far as I remember.
About the murder.
Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant Damien Temmer were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Temmer attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. Kebab? But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Alderman QB had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug. That's right, the accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. So with a spear around 3:20, had been in a drug-induced slumber. Okay. And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear. That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. The spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain and sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clinic. I don't know. It still sounds a little too far-fetched. I don't know where that too came from. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. And so your life is spared. For now. These little shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. My investigations are so thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vote to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. Accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Your boldness. The defendant is sounding guilty by the minute. Here's the judge leaning towards a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tematara from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards work. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he's raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. He's a strange one, alright. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. He's allowed to show his badge all the time? Fulbright? Hmm. I mean, there's nothing against it, no. He's just making sure everyone knows exactly what his job is. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court. Your boldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tamataro. Then again. Perhaps he's already under the demon spell. Behold! The lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. The rumors and quirks of Maytama have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. No, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Thanks for the lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo, here's a judge dancing in the palm of his hand. Power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. Yeah, no shit. That's how it usually... No. I think Clavio wasn't that much of a bad guy. But aside from that, all of the prosecutors we get introduced to, I mean, they're all trying to win their cases, and rarely ever do they seem nice about it. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, a Tamataro. Quite interesting, if you think about it. It's as though in this very case are rendered in art. A statue though. Oh, the weapon used to bludgeon the mayor. The mayor's blood was found on it, but no prints could be lifted. Well, yeah. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Thank you.
Objection!
If there are no prints on it, how can you say that it was the mayor? Did the alderman really the alderman, my bad. Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. Well, there are no fingerprints on it. So how are you going to claim it was a specific person to lift it? There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence, and if you look at the crime scene photo, you notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? This can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? If it was that easy, this wouldn't make for a very good game. You did it, Apollo. You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox Chamber? Well, Athena, if we think that our client is innocent, and the other guy who's there is dead, then yes, there must have been a third party there somewhat. Exactly, and this could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Donald. Justice Donald? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A warp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There's a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall the blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on the cloth? Solve the riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Let's see, how was that cloth used? Was it used to wipe up blood? To wrap the statue? Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah. Precisely. Bully for you, boy. I was nothing. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you two. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did. I did! Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back. Yep. The weapon used to reach the mayor, wrapped in a large cloth, 2 pages. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? That's more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in a prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there, after all. It's kinda attached to that hole, now what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? I did not think of that. Anybody could have not left prints on it. That's what I keep saying. Thank you. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer. The real killer. Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? I'll give you evidence, alright. Athena! Are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks allegedly from a yokai were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed the alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Sorry. I just got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Yana. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch. You meanie, I'm reporting this to Mr. Ray. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. Why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This I'm not reporting to Mr. Ray. Oi, Fulbright. Explain to us boldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that? What the fuck is going on with his face? Specifically his upper lip. Our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well. Let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and trucks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tema panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the village's fears. Absolutely. He knew exactly how to prey on the superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave way to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tema Tower, that is. Tema who? Tema Tower, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are thought to fear is the great black-feathered demon, and thus were they blinded to other more plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QV Manor, and as part of this event, there was someone dressed in a likeness of Tamataro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Dullard, you're playing way into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believed the murder to be the work of the real Tamataro. However, the police believe that the person in Tamataro's suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman. And thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tema would do something so stupid?
Objection!
He just called a mentally deficit, so... The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right. It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales are fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and a hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetales really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually feel sorry for the poor chap. Wait, so he wasn't a predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
Hold it!
But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the village's fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So Yana agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. Startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman QB's secret identity. Hello. I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity? Yeah, no shit. I think everyone with 2 working pairs of eyes would have figured that out. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my, but why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your boldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim Rex QB was the amazing Ninetales. Who would have fucking guessed? And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. Yeah, that's not good for us. What a shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they tied the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, Your Honor? He doesn't say Your Honor, he says your boldness. My bad. I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona. Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, Your Boldness. Right, now take a look at this. Blackmail letter. If you value your dearest's life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Hammertown. Do not tell anyone about this threat if you do consider your dearest as good as dead. Is that not the blackmail letter that the mayor received? This blackmail letter was found in Alderman Curie's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in a hospital, and that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't that blackmail letter sent to Mayor Temma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Threatening letter discovered in one of the Alderman Curie's pocket. Okay. Mayor Temma would have made a clean getaway if he'd just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by the sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales. So it was the amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Robert's claiming that the mayor killed the Alderman after planting the yokai evidence. And that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that. Detective Thornbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Oh, thank you. Mayor Temma killed the sleeping Alderman after planting the feathers and tracks.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, actually. Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Let's see.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the Alderman. But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. There must be some mistake. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Aww. Was my watch's sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's a sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was a demon Tenma Taro. These are also those feathers and tracks. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare to mock this court and justice itself. You're unfit to bear your name, boy. Your boldness. It appears our defense attorney is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please, hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears. But you had better explain yourself well. What was this yoga you were talking about? It's all in the statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. That she saw Tenma Taro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? Incredibly unjust. Why haven't I heard about this before? That's just proof there was someone else. The mayor isn't the killer. It's all a setup. The prosecutor is a convicted felon, after all. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Not for long. Good, now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If the yoga impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer... Oh yeah. A fool in a fob would have seen him. Fool and fob? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle? Now that you mention it. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Did you ever consider that those two are working together? And both lying? Why didn't those two see the Tenma Taro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask him ourselves? I was just about to say to myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say capture? No, wait. I don't want to know. That's a good way of looking at it, Apollo. Just don't think about it too hard. Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? The name is Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and as for you, your lordship, just a little something I thought you might like. Hi, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. It's her shoes again. Don't I belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again. All yours, your honorship, sir. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yep, they're expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Oh, ethics, methics. Just take him if you want them. Wash him up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Temma Tower in the foyer after the murder. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, nor sorry. The yokai you keep yabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. So you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Temma Tower? Yep, scarring the whole time, that's the truth, the only truth, and nothing but the truth. And Temma Tower? Bah, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo-jumbo, do you? I certainly don't. The bracelet, it's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Miss Filch has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell. Some sort of nervous habit. What in the... What's a hog doing in here? Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you. You know, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear Bossum Buzzard. What the fuck? This isn't some sort of trick or... I'm not able to spot squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills! No, you're staying. And no pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Someone need help? No, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. Maybe fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Temma Tower there, Fidge should have seen him. I just have to put our fate in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. I didn't watch that one, no, Siri. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types, too. I can do double duty watching TV in the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off. That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bold-faced lie. Bold, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it. Sure.
Take that!
Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in his diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch's eyes where his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching a TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. It's nice because I am covering, I feel like, all of that. Yeah. Exactly. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claimed. The backside of the cat. I mean, other way around. He's standing on a crate. So, Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? Very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tema Tower impersonator in the foyer.
Objection!
What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? This. I'm not a mind reader. Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes. Yes, they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't. My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would hurt anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Alright. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So, you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time, so who's the liar now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, so you really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing, and the bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka's particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. Someone on the team was like, I want to 3D model a bird. Thank you. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his statement accordingly. His testimony accordingly. He is working overtime. It's true I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all creaky squeaky, like no way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there were no Tema Tower in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be a bit upside down. Says the convict prosecutor is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. Hey, Apollo! And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nap them and sell them to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. Seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if you can't prove she saw Tema Tower, the mayor is sure to be convicted. Then we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say, and nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, the Timotaro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle? How does he do that? It's a staff of his. Ah. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Timotaro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Timotaro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Timotaro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Yes. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony. If Timotaro was to pass by, his stuff would have gone jingle jangle. Except there's no mention of this stuff. Ever.
Objection!
So far. Timotaro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Timotaro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Timotaro would be holding a staff? Huh? See, the Timotaro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands. And she described the sound as just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Timotaro doesn't use a staff. Not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only non-document depicting Timotaro. Is there a staff in the picture, Mr. Filch? You're right. There's no staff. Not even a cane or walking stick. So the question is, why does the witness think Timotaro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Timotaro carries a staff. He's a scatterbrain, because he actually saw him. Mr. Filch actually saw Timotaro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Pushed it again! Yes! How did that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Timotaro that day, didn't you? Well? I beg you, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Timotaro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do. No way. No, no. No how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. Who is he? Also, thank you for the hair then. Yes! It's doing what it should be doing. He. Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Timotaro, even though everyone knows he did. Question now is why? Is the Filch just gets deaf? Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. Oh yeah, he also believes in the superstition. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Timotaro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Timotaro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about them? Them old village superstitions? Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? People of Nighthead's Vale believe some pretty strange things, and the superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Timotaro. Down straight, that's why. It's all right here. Village superstitions. Do not gaze upon Tamataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. See? That's why folks in Nineheads can't talk about seeing Tamataro. Superstitions that have been handed down generation to generation in Nineheads Vale. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tamataro costume. They knew that when no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tamataro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Ah.
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark sleepless nights. There's no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetales Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. You fool, Fatanuki. 2 times now your lies have cost me. Sorry. I promise not to do it again. Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him. Gonna eat me alive, head for the hills. Oh. He took off. They live. What are you waiting for? After him with your fastest man. That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tamataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? No, just a really long fucking text box. Hey! Uh-oh. What? Huh. The shackles! I'm too young to die. Justice, don't know. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. I guess they were not made of titanium. Detective, do something! I have no fear Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Then get going already before he kills us! Well, I stood in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is your sense of justice that set him free. Objection. Objection. I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Silence!
Ooh. I mean, he's not even doing anything, he's just standing there. I'm not in the habit of cutting down on cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know... I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So, Justice Donor's assertion is this. Tamataro was the real killer, not Mayor Tama. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right, and that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Aldam and QB.
Silence!
Yet to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber? What? He's right, she said nothing about Tamataro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. The little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tim. Then, why does a little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the fox chamber? And then virtue up a few scenes ago. You're truly lurking. That's his pet bird. He lives in the courtroom. A hawk. Considering her father's accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tamatower inside the fox chamber? There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long as my blade thirsted for blood, at long last it shall be sated. Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice, Donald. Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but... a 3-minute recess. Enjoy. Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is saloon. Saloon? You mean the bathroom? Sheesh, this included enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes, all latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, this is not a one-day trial anyway. We just need to make it through the first day. Divorce neighbors. Oh, what? You don't want your neighbors to become my fans? Are you gatekeeping me? He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tamil Tower impersonated at the manor. It's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway. Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailer as prosecutor to a duel. No! No, wait, let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence? I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember, Blackwell said, Apollo, don't be late. Shortest recess ever, for real. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tama and Maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. Narion? Leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist. Oh, that is one well-polished try. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child? I cannot pronounce that name. Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. That charm is no effect. The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one. Now, you little scamp.
Yes?
Don't talk to her like that. I trust you know why you're here. Bags? Bags. Oh, the tricksy tanuki. Try the noodle stand and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian.
No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azuki-eye away.
Azuki-ane, the yokai that washes Azuki beans. The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Jesus!
Azuki-ane often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Yeah. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Temma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Temma Tower when you discovered the crime scene.
What Jinxie saw? Did I see Temma Tower in the flux chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw... Yes, now I remember. Yokai. Right there in that room.
Wow! That doesn't help at all. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Uh-huh. Lots and lots of them.
Wait, more than one yokai? The Temma Tower happened to be among them.
I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Norikabe, Seto Taisho. They were all there.
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scam's testimony. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering a crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical, psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you.
Yeah, let's go. I see Temma Tower in the Fox Chamber. I opened the door, I saw...
Oh my goodness. That's a lot of them, yeah.
Found something.
Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this! It's one of Richard's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Oh, you mean a little thing can do all this?
Pretty cool, huh?
And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's in an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. The fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So she was, and still is, seeing her ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Let's see.
Apollo, can you point at the yoga and the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing prop. Okay. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out of control emotion. Finally, hit prop again to try and get the heart of the matter. Okay. Let's give this a try.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for the yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the elements. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. Just getting a controller. I mean, I am playing this with a controller. So, just point it out. To be fair, I think technically this would be Apollo just like using his finger, because we see all of Richard's stuff is just like on some fancy kind of projected touch screen, so I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, there wasn't Akasha you saw, but you've possibly mistaken this for Akasha. The chandelier.
Take
that! The light fixture. This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Nobody's asking if it has touch. No. Well, that's one of them. It's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now you've got the hang of it. It should be a kinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's no Nikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, you did find someone dead on the ground. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's about my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber, which is a problem. Because we were trying to prove that she saw Tema Tower in there. Right. There never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of the original assertion. Wait. Jinxie, what about Tema Tower? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tema Tower or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking. Gotta be joking. Hi, good evening. I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. Bruh! Apollo, can I interrupt your freakout for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's unexpected emotion. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Something about the alerts is not working yet. Okay, I have to check that after. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. So scared when I entered the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Okay. There in the Fox Chamber I saw The older man lay on a table, and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Temataro. Okay. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict her statements. Oh, okay, sorry. Not just contradictory emotions you should look out for, you should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in the emotion's intensity. Emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Okay.
Got it!
The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. But something have lessened your fear. Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, we'll enter a sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Oh, look! Aww. Cutie patootie. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxa seems to have remembered everything now. Perfect.
Bye-bye.
A sudden burst of courage. Now where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Hey! Is Twitch doing some funky things tonight, huh? Yes, there was, but I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. No idea what could have given Jinxie that courage. Well, there's one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this?
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? Demon Lois strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. Oh, you kept it? You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. Oh? Well, I couldn't tell you. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce that evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your boldness? This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing. I don't like the sound of that. Our little scamp here stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Yet nobody has ever gotten punished for it. I feel like in her specific case, they're like, okay, you're a young teenager. It's your first time in court, and also you stumbled upon someone's dead body. So she would get away with a... You didn't mean to do that, but... Yeah. What? Removing evidence? Nah. Heat is worth, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with a key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. And there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. Which trust you figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Miyatama himself would be utterly inconceivable.
Nya, nya, nya. Objection!
How could this happen? Defenses assistant will refrain from growling of frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Miyatama's innocent, but there's nothing we can do.
This sucks.
Saxtono, allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client in your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. But he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. No, I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Are you alright? You fell right into a trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10. You will do no such thing. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo. Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is you object to? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. Objection, Your Honor. I was hoping to come up with something to object to. Court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Oh, well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your court of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But I've got absolutely nothing, but it's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy the locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Had to do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. Just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it isn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vents, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. Or simple is clean. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Yana, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. The door. The door. The hallway door. Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tama came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and unlock it without a key, I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with a key, but... Well, Mr. Justice, Prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly. I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because Rob locked it from outside. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from the room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Let me finish speaking, my guy. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. For what murder right to that though? When you fail your job here. But the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. Only we could explain both. Like, how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside. Well, yeah. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws a sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Threw it in from outside. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room, except it's not the window because the window was closed. Come on, Apollo. And where would you throw it from? There's a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Come on. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? Yes! The air duct. I wonder which part of the air duct I can present for it to count. The air vent. Okay, that counts. Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct. It's out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent outside the chamber. That's preposterous. Ooh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Tamataro murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I could follow that. Just seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tamataro, and that was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. It looks like the lawyer's beaten in jail with prosecutor. Now that's a total turnabout. The Mr. Ford of it seems so much more attractive now. What the hell? Now that I've proved the possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that old scamp and the tricksy tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. A simple puzzle game so you can feel smart more often. Get the judge to play Professor Layton. That would be funny. But that would. Oh, excuse me. Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and was right out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer secret security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there's no sign of Tamataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there's no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good.
Hold it!
I believe there's one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative powers to boot. That is a cliff side of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window?
What the heck, right?
I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence I could point to a flying killer. We're saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be.
What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly?
Whoa, I thought I was the one with the Courts of Steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Take that.
Take a look at the special edition paper. Emma Tower, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in the photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window. Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer, disguised as Temma Tower, flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence.
Maybe they just threw the costume out of the window? It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick, photography, or some other form of artifice. Okay, then how about the Temma Tower figure Mr. Fish saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there's a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai or tricksy tanuki witness never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Temma or his daughter Jinxie Temma. However, we know that Mayor Temma was already unconscious at the time. Not good, not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Temma Tower were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Temma. Defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying that the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai, if only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of your wood. Oh. Who said that?
Ah!
Mayor Temma. This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Temma Tower's true identity is... No, Mr. Mayor. It would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook a little yokai farce. Confess! The defendant intends to confess. Wait.
Apollo, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again.
Mayatema, no. Don't fall for his twisted words. If you send away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayatema's going to confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Huh? Look upon me in despair, for bright is the time for my return. Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Foolish mortals. I am Demataro, the yokai you seek. Mayatema? Silence, I'm Demataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. Yeah, no, that's a stupid voice. Demon King. Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Temataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Temataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. The truth! Thank you for that with them. This child is Temataro, you say? Ha, what nonsense. So, Mayatema is a yokai now. His body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayatema is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tema and Phineas Filch saw, and the one captured in a newspaper photo, those were all you? The cursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the Elderman's killer is none other than Mayatema. And the yokai at the scene. That too was Mayatema, or should I say, our dear Temataro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayatema killed the Elderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the Elderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tema stumbled on the scene of the crime. That little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Temataro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Temataro then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tema saw was a father possessed by Temataro.
Objection!
But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is it possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of QB Man and Jinxie Tema was Temataro? Oh. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time did I, but presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant in real life?
The rumor about Mayatema is true. I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the Elderman just so he could release Temataro?
Order.
Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai.
Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. Proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, Your Boldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Is it? Really? We interrogated a parrot before. And managed to clear up a really old case that way. Knew it was a yokai. Like,
Damn it, you got me.
can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Maritime was just pretending to be Tamataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning. Justice Dono. Can you speak a little faster?
Objection!
Ted? I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... Whoa! What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each passes a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, will too. Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Imagine getting isekai into Owl and getting locked up until the legal system is your species. Ooh, that would suck. It would make for an interesting story, maybe, but that would suck. Hey! Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tamataro, the yokai you see. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tema suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Whoa! Juicy, welcome back. Oh, your new stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick? I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tamataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Ta-da! Every time. I understand that it's just like a gameplay choice. But like, how would you know that we don't need this specific evidence anymore? Can you see into the future? Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Juicy's magic panties. I don't like them. The magic panties. I think they're a very stupid trick that they keep pulling with her, but what the hell do I know? I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vámonos, Apollo. Vámonos. 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 I don't speak Spanish. Vamos. Vámonos. Detective Fulbright, mind if you search the air duct? Well, since you're really on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Wonder if it's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The edit is the key. We know the Temma Tower impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the fox chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. I know, we just said that. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. I mean, to be fair, a locked room that has such a big air duct is very rarely a locked room for long. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a step ladder. Happy hunting! Oh, nice of her to volunteer me for the job. I guess she's team stepladder. It's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. Oh. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. You find anything? Thanks, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what did you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it would be possible to go all over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting... No one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayatama is going to be fingered as the killer. But... if you don't turn things around quickly... we have Bobby Fulbright on us. Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It's my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. Nah. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Come on, wizard never say die, spirit. Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice. Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? He's annoying as hell. Like... Gumshoe is endearing in the way he's a little scatterbrained, but Fulbright is just all up in your ass every time. Right, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? You did, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Hi, TK, good evening. I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, depending the blame on a yokai, he really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give her yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt it'll teach him anything. Yeah, he probably just write Dota 1,000 times. The whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Beckwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted a yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the Reed Killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Oh, calm down. It doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tamata was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way. Well, what about Prince? Yep, no Prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Looks like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tamatawa get it from? Did Prosecutor Beckwell figure out that the victim was the amazing Ninetales? He did, indeed. He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger in the victim's past. The amazing Ninetales sparked a yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tamest, a corrupt politician who murdered a great hero. The amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite mouse wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales? Yeah. They spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We had to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father but our client? Oh yeah. Athena! He's the type of guy who would kill your eardrums and move them over your 2 minutes with him. He is. He's a very exhausting person to be around. I feel like he's the type of person who sucks the energy from you just by being how he is. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words, I'm under no obligation to speak with you mortals. And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Beckwell's busy questioning him. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? How old are you? Okay. And now, Apollo. How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Alright. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Ooh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Ray! How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena. I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? Oh, you know. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. The business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force the biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your clients, no matter what happens. Unless your client is blackmailing you? By kidnapping your assistant? But yeah, usually believe in your client. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Huh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. Have a good night. Have a good night, Akira, and get some rest. I hope your nose and everything heals quickly. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Aw, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated the analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer at the age of 18 for... I think that's the craziest part. Yeah, at the tender age of 18, no less. It's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force the biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, right? Mr. Wright? Yes. I'm going to go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Right, time to see what's new down at the detention center. Let's go. Oh, we automatically go in there. Okay. Mayatema, we wanted to talk to you about something. So my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if he'll ever be able to talk to Mayatema again. My sadness is. Yeah, I feel like the older I get, whenever we replay these games, the more I'm just like, why are all of the people involved in these games so young? Like, okay, sure, the first time I ever played this specific entry, I was a teenager, so whatever, but now I'm like the same age, almost, as Blackwell, so I'm just like, why? Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Oh, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. Yeah. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Oh, and manga people who graduate high school are instantly adults. So true. So true. It's like, oh, when they move on to college. And you're just like, yeah, okay, I mean, I guess technically you're of age, but that doesn't mean you're an adult. Like, mentally yet, but also good evening. Still, we can't let Mayatema stay possessed, you know what I mean? If you can claim if these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Him with a house, a job, and a wife. I'm 25, by the way. See, but the most unrealistic part of that sentence is the house. You own a house? Oh no, technically you did say with a house. You could be renting. But still, the unrealistic part here is being a homeowner in our current time. When there's feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really you're doing. Indeed, the remnants of Tenma Tower, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Oh, technically that was 4 claws. Yeah, being married and having a job isn't so good. Yeah, like... I do... Well, I'm not... Let me think. I think I know like 2 people actively who I actually still am in contact with who are married. And also whenever I see like live updates from people I went to grade school with, I see a bunch of them getting married. Like when on Instagram the updates drop and all of the pictures drop, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. Old for JPG partner, there's don't get of another partner, just calling around old man. What? Oh. I actually find it really sad that we started calling people who are maybe in their mid-20s old. It's like, oh, what? You're getting closer to 30 than 20? You're old, you're crumbling, you're a hag, you're... I'm just like... 30 is not old. Obviously, to a teenager or to a child, you are an adult and you seem old. But like, from others, from like barely adults, 18, 20 somethings, and they hear you're getting closer to 30, they're like, oh my god, you're so old. Don't you have bills to pay? Don't you have a job? Yes, that's how I can afford to do things. Which is funny because I do not have a job currently. A decade ago, people wouldn't expect you to have it together until 30. That's a healthy weight. Yeah. It's like you're out of school, you get out into the world for the first time. Like either maybe you go to college, you go to university, maybe you start learning a trade. Whatever. And then after that, you're at least in the midst of your 20s. And then you're slowly starting to like find your life. How to live, how to care, maybe care for yourself. I don't see how you're supposed to have your life together at 20. Like, okay, calm down. What's this? I must preach these walls and go defend my little jinx here once. Oh, Mayatema, is that you? Well, now Damien appears to still reside within his body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Eldam and QB, did you? I've killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, leaving naught but ash. Eggs. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed at this statue. I better ask him about this too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? Bah! I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer to Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So you wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprint shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tembataro, act as some asinine alchemist. I but asked the jailer my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Oh, I not deserve your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Of course I didn't find the door, but if I'd known its manner of opening long ago would have made my return. He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Key that the mayor took from the killer and swallowed, no fingerprints could be lifted from it. Okay, let me show you something. Let me show you something. What, might I ask, is that? The statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Temma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. Secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. This is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. Wait, that's a follow, my bad. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Temma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Thank you. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So, whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Could have been his doing. Mr. Mayor, I mean Mr. Tower, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florent Labelle. Full knowledge of the briefcase's contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. No fucking way! What? That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. It seems like Mayor Tim is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped the blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Labelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. Labelle and break him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Haha, the mayor has given us a major lead. Threatening letter sent to the mayor is highly likely that was Labelle who took it from the mayor's briefcase. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Labelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Okay, that's two things we should be able to check out. Hey, isn't that... Oh my goodness. Who dare imprison me? Jinxie! She's acting really strange. Loathsome, no good nine-tailed fox. You shall know the terror that is mine and despair. You shall pay, oh, you shall pay dearly. All of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning. Isn't it already past noon? What am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap at the back at the manor. Oh no. It must have been the Makura Gaishi. The who? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's not Yokai's fault. The Makura Gaishi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial I remembered lots of stuff. But there was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinx is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinx's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. Prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? The door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. Secret mechanism, really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman QB knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Ninetales will sure love his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Oh, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Menace Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room. It must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayatema took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so... So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. The key that Maya took from the killer and swallowed, there's only one of its kind. Okay. Alderman QB made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetales Vale and Tema Town. A token of goodwill? But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. Statue. Originally it depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayatema on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Alderman and I. Now it's just me, but the symbol of goodwill will be forever etched into my mind. Token of goodwill made in secret. Jinx is now the only one who knows what the original looked like. So is there anything else we should know about Jinxie?
No, that's about it.
Are you sure? Bracelet is reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... Injustice we trust! Ghosts! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her.
Question me? Sorry, not interested.
Are you here to ask about the whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, we want to ask. Ah, but I can't tell you that now, can I?
Come on, please. We're partners in justice, right?
No. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash.
See another ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll then?
Now come along, Miss Emma, to the station with you. Ooh. Took her away. That's my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. Why are you blue? What an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these connections imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. Lamel.
Apologize, ask him about you know what.
Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that, you must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Temma has been a complete nightmare. Why do you buy clothes like that? You make them yourself. Surprised. This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. Why did you dye your hair? I think an eye for beauty means looking like this guy. I'd rather be... So, what do you want with me? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tama Tower. But what about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see... Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tama Tower. So you did see something. Why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect your little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of the strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tama Tower. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tama Tower sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. So, what was the rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it... This certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tama Tower costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did? That's one hell of a costume. It enables her to fly. I wish I'd never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory lost during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that too was caused by her possession. Then maybe... So you do understand. The whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although the yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. She left those black feathers and strange tracks there herself. Apollo, let's ask Mayor Temma about Jinx's episodes the next time we talk with him. Sure. What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman QB. It was sent to Mayor Temma. And? Your point being? Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase, and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that blackmail letter was in this briefcase. So now show you. Perhaps a shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from the sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well. My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. See, Apollo? You know what Wright should have taught you is to not hold evidence up to people you don't trust because they might beat you up or just destroy the evidence. You just went a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. Guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't have advertised it on TV. But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it's my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Je Suis Belle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it, it's just for me. It's all meant for you peasants. Peasants? And this is my latest product. I'm calling it Cologne Belle. LaBelle. Blah, blah, blah. A dazzling hair color you can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite a discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Oh, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Hair color washes out with water is Florent LaBelle's own brand and is now available to the general public. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. Still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Well, let's do that. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. This is so exciting! I can't wait to see how it works. Do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? Just have to open it to find out. I should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden in this room. Okay, let's get started. Sure. Let's start with the door. Still no keyhole, huh? Yeah, the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you could do that. I don't know if I haven't even tried. No, wait, don't. Oh boy. Much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Yeah. It's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door and statues of him on either side. The way those two statues are glaring is like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it? Can it? Hey, the statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of mid-air, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The Alderman's body would have been right above. It's just temporary water soluble hair dye, so sweet away before they could. Yeah. Though I cannot recommend getting the color black for stuff like this specifically, because trying to wash it out is going to. It has a high chance of staining your bathtub or whatever. Not that I would know. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit. Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. And how do I do that? Ah. Look, there's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know. It might be a piece of the statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. This piece broke off and rolled under the table. Hell yeah. But how do I... There really is no escaping here through the other. And here we went through all the trouble of bringing a ladder to check it out. It's not a ladder, Apollo, it's a step ladder. What's the difference? They both have the word ladder in them. What's the difference? Oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who's right. You're way too competitive, and it's not even related to the original issue either. Alright, there we go. Got our step ladder out of the way. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. But this has something to do with the keyhole. Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it, and there are two fox statues in front of the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? We'll never find a keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? The screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. I mean, okay. On closer inspection, I think there's more to the screen than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding. Yes, okay. If it's for anything of interest, I can. Okay. Thank you for the tutorial on how to examine stuff. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? No, it's just a picture. Still, you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. The shape of the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait, what about that keyhole drawn on the center of the screen? You think the two are related? Key in a keyhole. Oh, I just got an idea. If we folded the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Bump. Yeah. Look, a door. And it's open too. The foxes are now facing each other, so... What if we made those fox statues face each other? Let's go check out the two statues.
Hell yeah.
Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Look! A lock appeared. Now we can use a key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see what this chamber is so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? I was about to say maybe an animated cutscene, but I guess not. These stores need some serious oil. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Oh right, forgot about those super good easier fears. Look, more feathers. Sheesh. What the heck is that? Is that a Temataro statue? But there's something odd about it. All I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kinda pale. You're not scared, are you? What? If this thing don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What? What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on our back. Kinda look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Temataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Temataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Sure. That's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. Look, this Temataro has a staff. Temataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? We'll find out. Let's take a closer look. First to go around this table here. Well, are you sure that's a good idea? Yeah, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it! Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. It's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it in. Wait, there is something in here. Looks like some sort of figure. But it's so dusty, I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what's it doing here. Figure had been left inside the Temataro statue. A thick layer of dust and dirt suggests it had been there for some time. Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Oh, it's turning into Temataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Temataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. Sure is. There's a bunch of stakes here, and it looks like one's missing. Temataro Jinxie Cell must have taken it. I'd have to agree, these look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Temataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare saves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind him to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Okay. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact that there's no Destiny means it hasn't been here very long. It's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis le belle. Yeah, who would have? Le belle, what the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so, but why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Temataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Temataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Laurent LaBelle. Yeah, who would have fucking thought? This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Maya Temma. And those recently dropped in the Forbidden Chamber, it bears the Je suis LaBelle logo. Okay. Oh. And the vent. Look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even Forbidden Chambers need proper ventilation. I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Yeah, surely not. I'm also like, clearly LaBelle is not a very nice person to be around. So why are they so surprised that it could be him, you know? Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Temma Tower. Okay. It's a curse, the curse of Temma Tower. Hey, you outsiders ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? Stop swiping. What's all this about a curse? Yeah, that was going to curse us all. Yes, you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? What are you doing with Virgin around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. Same goes for my bracelet. Sorry, I promise I won't do it again. He already promised that last time, though. I was kidnapped by sweet little Witcher. The big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. Oh, might as well. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widget? I can't seem to control myself. It's like thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Think again at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. It's none other than the Azuki Kozo, robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of those figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson because he was my grandpappy. Wow, you don't say. Please, Donna, it's the honest truth. Flashing sound of Azuki beans scrapping together in the dead of night. The magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean from giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money. Giver out of wealth reborn. Okay. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. It looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Apparently something a certain thief leaves at the scene of a theft. Hey! What are you doing with that figure? But this. They found it in the Forbidden Chamber. They've been there practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there. Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't by chance already steal it, did he? Seeing how there was one of his figures in there, that just might be. Yeah, that's grandpappy for ya. But he will wash that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Of course, because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tama Tower near the scene of the crime. Sorry, I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. The people of Ninetales Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tama Tower. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Ninetales Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep it the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rulebook to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? And you've been listening to a word I said. You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. Because then you should be leaving. Or is it?
Take that!
It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. So, according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetales Vale, but if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Hell yeah. You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Tama Tower? It's not a pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tama Tower. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. I was on account of the rumor, the one about her being possessed. Rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tema about the possession rumor. Ouch, hey, watch it! Stop doing that! Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tema Tower one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. It's okay. It's okay, Apollo, we can do this. Fatima, you're turning so here to see you. Your malevolence. Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayatama, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by early to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? Oh, you know, we have a few questions. Nothing much. Nothing much. We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie's possessed. Ah. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under the demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. I guess she's still very much possessed. Huh? No match as a warding charm for me. Charm. Tamatara's back. Those foolish mortals. They shall regret blaming that child for my doings. Blew it. The question brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinx's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent Labelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tamatara, Demon Lord of the Yokai, protect a mere mortal. No affections were possessed for your race of humans. No, no, clearly not. A serious crime. Please, wrote a proof that there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. That's very sweet of you to say. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayatema's name. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay. But I've already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain the whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Oh, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. That's a stupid sentence if I ever heard one. Mayatema, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Ninetail's Vale? When the child visited last. She did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. The lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then the Tamatara that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tamatara's spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayatama? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. A superb exorcist, yeah. Mayatama, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it. You suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetail's Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tamatara for a spell. Ah, could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tamatawa. That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tamatawa brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It is as the superstitions warn, you must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tamatawa thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Dinner is ready, Your Malevolence. Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. Kitchen crew put their heart and soul into making it. Let they know. Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. It is funny. Yes, Your Malevolence, I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? It's funny, though. Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayatema, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next, now that we know the truth? He won't be able to claim that the Tamatawa was Jinxie or the Maya anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Well, you're gonna have to wait until court tomorrow. Because no way is he going to actually admit to anything outside here. Did he change his hair again? Yes. Yes, he did. Okay, now let's practice that again. Filter from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, oh heck, what was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 30th time, you know. Now, 100 times more we're done. What on earth are they practicing? Oh, I ain't cut out for this. See that? What? Oh, beg your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice. Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. He's dropping, are we? Persons are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being the Tamatawa imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tamatawa. Elsie, you fool. I told you nothing good will come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tamatawa. Interesting, but where are you going with this? Since you ask so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tamatawa. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tamatawa? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me Tamatawa was a jinx, so how could... I said Tamatawa was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Hi, Sammy. Good evening. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. You just have to wait until then. Game is good. We're getting close to the end of the investigation here. So we only have 1 day of trials left. The trial left. I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. I don't know. He's all a murderer, we just can't prove it yet. Oh, wait. Was I sleepy? Must have been a sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. I bet, yeah, not another lesson. I ain't got over this thinking and remembering stuff. Right up the schnozzle. The what now? Be quiet and do exactly as I say. Please, anything but another lesson. There they go. There's a chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, well, we get the proof you need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. I see she's over in Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. The thing is, technically it's not a very long trial, but I feel like it might be too long for stream. Oh. Time for settling the scores now. My grudge has been festered over time. At least vengeance will be mine. She was possessed. Sleepwalking again. I could also be really mean and do a cliffhanger there. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst, Jinxie. Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning on my quartz of steel. I did none questioning you, Jinxie. Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah? Which one? The one with the nine-tailed fox and Tamataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Mm-hmm. It's a charm for rebuilding burned bridges. Oh, great. For the municipal merge issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers...
No fighting. No fighting.
Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Oh, so true. True, that's what we originally came here for. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you remember something else this time.
When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in a fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair.
Oh. I knew it. She's holding something back. Well, perceive.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayatema say anything else to you?
It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep.
Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else?
How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that?
Could you be a little more specific?
Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. Killed Alnum and QB."
He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime. That is a very bad look for us, actually.
But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He's probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare.
A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Yeah, return to the basics and believe in our client. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness of despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession?
I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa has the killer.
Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming, or simply delirious? Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? Crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman QB and Mayor Temma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. The real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. A mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Temma Tower.
But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else.
What's going on here? The bell's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. Just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Oh my god. He's as pale as a ghost. Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo, we have to take down that dirty, rotten Temma Tower Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism justice style.
Justice style.
That's so funny. One second. Alright. You can tell that this case takes place before the others because District Court number 4 is still in perfect condition. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Temma. Apollo Justice Defense Team Leader is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, Assistant Defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Ship as ever, I see, and in French, no less. And the prosecution is back in shackles. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Aww. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. I probably realized how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says. Yeah, his honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Yeah. Your boldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamt of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. There was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. Oh, one thing you could not possess. Oh my god. Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more of Blackwell's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim Alderman Rex QB was the Amazing Ninetales. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetales was a key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex QB's secret identity, Mayor Damien Temma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light, and the only people in a tightly locked room were the defendant and victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. No, one more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime, well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? The Featherston tracks weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed. That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh. Yes, of course. I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Temma. The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony, then? Well, I'm ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Temma Tower farce. Witness testimony? I bet he means Filch and a creep LaBelle. Yes, get them on the stand so we can call them out. Very well, then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you made quite a hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. Been known for my hasty retreats since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark, am I? Indeed. You managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs to slip. Like those amateurs could ever net me. Damn. Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. No, please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement, now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. You may be in a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell. Yeah, Blackwell doesn't strike me as the give-up easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Temma Tower's really that little maid gal, ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Temma Tower I saw was just a little thing about her sex. That little wren had a big old staff. I seen her when she came into the foyer. But she stole from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She's gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation, I just know it. What? So Temma Tower was short in stature. And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Temma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest of the men were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Temma Tower impersonator was walking on their knees? We're no knee walking. I seen it myself. Then perhaps the yokai really was Miss Temma after all. All monsters are not but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap part of a variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghostly things he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Prosecutor Blackwell just gave up the ghost, literally. Jinder's deathly complexion and all by the time no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Thank you. How would she have gotten in there?
Objection!
It would seem that Tematawa was in fact not this innocent little girl. Huh? How you figure that? You claim the Tematawa you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber, but it would have been impossible for Miss Temma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor soldered his key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Mrs. Temma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Temma Tower is seen holding that stuff. Would not have been Jinxie Temma. That's a good story. Thank you for the follow, look at me. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Temma Tower? Our Temma Tower impersonator is none other than Mayor Temma's aide. Hey. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he's the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well. Let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Temma Tower impersonator.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was Temma Tower took one of the safes out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yoga impersonator we're looking for. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's prints there? Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. You know what? It would have been way easier to just go, hey, it might be... We know whose brand this is, and we also know that the brand is not for general sale. Just making it very easy to call out the owner, but no, we have to go for fingerprint analysis. That's probably not going to turn up anything, because maybe he was wearing gloves. No need for that, your boldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You got Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Which is my command. Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem the fingerprints analysis is complete. What do the results show? A world. The floor and the bell's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm not going to like this, am I? Don't tell me. The Temma Tower's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... Okay. Phineas Filch.
Objection!
What? Ah! Okay. Hi, Aura. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I guess my shout-out command is not working correctly. Great. Lovely. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm new. I like the color pink. Vision of J produced. We're currently playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, and I recently blew up my bot, so nothing is working as it should.
How are you doing? Hmm. Hmm. Objection, Your Honor. Hell yeah. Welcome in. How are you? Hold on. You get beat up by a lot. Oh no! You were playing Psychonauts, weren't you? Several wrestlers, yeah! To be honest, I have no idea what Psychonauts is about. But if you had fun, that's good. Hold on. Let me try this once more. Oh no, we don't have the rest of it. Thank you! Thank you. Let me see. There we go. Okay. I fixed it. I fixed it. Now it's the way it should be. I hope you have a good day at your normie job. And thank you so much for coming by. Now, Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber.
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself now.
Sure, the prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer the hand cream from Mr. LaBelle, after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did? Got a problem with it? You fool of a tanuki. Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean the Tema Tower holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Another cat out of the bag. Mr. Filch is Tema Tower. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be the Tema Tower in a village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Nighthead's Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Tema Tower costume? Yep. After the event, I went to watch the pro wrestling program. But it brought me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Tema Tower costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Was it a treasure there? So that was my big chance to sneak on in and nab it. Treasure? He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. That was one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I through the air vent in the foyer. The vents left through the Elderman's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air that leads to the forbidden chamber, I think. You what? How's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the forbidden chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the forbidden chamber vent? So many air vents. So many air vents. The Tamata was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the Alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of the costume right quick, but it just caused trouble at that point. And where's the costume now? Heck if I know. It ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? What if he threw it out of the window? No way. Maybe. Just maybe. Ken seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here?
The window.
The window.
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? The costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I go do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you get rid of your Tamataro costume through the window. A special edition paper. That's Tamataro flying through the sky. And just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Tamataro in the photo. It's a costume Mr. Filch threw out. Ooh. It's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are you? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor's pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tamataro really was a flight of fancy. What?
No way. Who would have ever guessed that?
So there really was never a yokai. I can't keep any of them cats back. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Dixie Tama had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? None whatsoever. I'll leave it at Trixie Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it! Good going. Now all we have to do is make Laura and LaBelle take the stand.
Objection!
Oh! Never mind, I guess he does raise one. Shooting the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in. Through the chamber's air vent. And what of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you, isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Hold it!
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my headblinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. What? Okay. That's when I snatched us off and made my daring escape. And then a little mad gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall.
That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered.
Wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the Alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused Damien Tammer. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tammer there? Really? And who might that be?
Objection!
Oh well, that would be... It seems our feisty little ass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber. And, by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Not that insufferable. Yeah! Very well. The court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up? Oh, who do you think?
Take that!
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent Lebel. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but in his alibi he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. Lebel at the time. In short, Mr. Lebel's alibi has disappeared. Florent Lebel's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping the cat in the bag here neither. It was all Mr. Lebel's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber. In return, he said we'd vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know, and yet nothing ever happens. Shush. Mercy, your ownership, mercy. Nope. I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent Lebel. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess. After which time we will see what Mr. Lebel has to say for himself. Yes! Only going to drag a slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. Lebel about these new allegations. Let's go. You did it, Apollo. You finally dragged Mr. Lebel into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Beckle's bound to mount a counterattack. You're our boy, Wart, aren't you? You'll be fine. The Mr. Figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch. Had to have been Florent Lebel. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. Lebel is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Hey, shortest 20 minutes ever. Oh god, he's green now. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise, remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent Labelle, personal aide to Mayor Temma, or should I say, the accused. Ouch, like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your boldness. Ah, right. Mr. Filcher's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. Do I think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair? Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
No, that's not how that works. I don't think so, Mr. Labelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you're being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. That's not how that works. I think this is funny. Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant. How dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people, of being—
Objection!
Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk has passed. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly hearts. Oh! The battlefield have no place for you. Again! Oh my. Doesn't seem like they've gotten any stronger. So much for sturdier shackles. Those chains hindered my vote that the hats would roll this day. This gives keeping your hat on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused staff now? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. This goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox chamber when I heard the little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please. I saw Mayor Temma opening the forbidden chamber doors. But there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie, I killed the alderman. That's right, the mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. He confessed? This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. Labelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Temma really confess? It is indeed. During the last recess I confirmed with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Temma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecution's. This is Labelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Temma's conviction gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. Labelle, please tell us what you saw when you came up on the scene of the crime. I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, the one with the phone at the end. That doesn't make any sense. I must say, it is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize he should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. It's just, I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon a most unpleasant scene. The mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy. I better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by. There's a time to fight and a time to yield. A time to live and a time to die. He's laying it on real thick now. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Thank you. He looks like a really bad yassified cosplay of the Joker. I don't know how else to describe it.
Objection!
Florent Lebel, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. Lebel had really fled down into the hall with a phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Temma. 6. After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making a call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Temma Tower costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. Lebel, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter, why yes, the two would have crossed paths. Exactly. Right, except Miss Temma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Temma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. That's such a fabulous end now, is it? Let me suggest this. The witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox chamber, where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's a third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you... I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sights here save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, but not by your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Oh, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? What the hell? What a sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there. Without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that. That's a verbal cologne I used to protect myself. You better explain yourself, Mr. Lebel. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. Seriously, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen? Well, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so. He could see everything without being spotted by the victim or the Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? No. Well, he was in a Fox chamber, so at least that much must be true. Defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. What the hell?
Hold it!
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is the murder weapon. Could you describe the state of the weapons that have been used at the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Curie, and then there was a statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Temma. An incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh, right, the statue. But why would you find it inspiring? But why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse, really inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Yes. Very important. I believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony. A statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill, celebrating the municipal merger. Yeah, and how would you know that? Because no one's seen it unbroken.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and the village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter? So, how did you really know that the statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice or no? Explain yourself, and make it quick. The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Temma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside the locker room. Thomas Temma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form. Right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you? Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness of with some sort of crime? Yes, murder, actually. Yes, I am. Laurent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cuby. Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Is it? We've got you now. We know you killed the Elderman. Now admit it. I.
Silence.
Enough of your silly games, Justice Donald. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection.
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the fox chamber while I was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the Alderman. Ergo. Yes, that's right. I clearly remember now. Alderman QB told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection.
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scam statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tama unlocked the fox chamber, she saw the Alderman and the mayor collapse therein. And no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florento Bell could not possibly have been in that locked room. I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your boldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection. Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Donald. Didn't even let me speak. But your boldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. A point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Temma. No. It would seem that my time is at hand. Mayor Temma. Counselor, there's a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh, right. He must mean me. Does he finally remember what happened before the blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him. It's no good. I can't restrain him. No, me in despair. For I am Temataro, demon lord of the yokai. You're making a fool out of this court. Mr. Justice, do something. Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, there's still a chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he's a yokai. When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in a legal world. Unprecedented and absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Temma, or should I say, Mr. Temataro. Your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Temma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Technically, if I get to cross-examine you, will hear them more often. The ruler of demonkind. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side I, Temataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. That's it. So, is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes, indeed, all was in darkness. And the part about Temataro and the nine-tailed fox being there? Yes, that too. Temataro towered overhead as the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. I call an Animal abuse, Your Honor. It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half-dreamt that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Have a good night. We will finish this. And then... I'm also gonna... Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us again. Do we get to do it without a full tutorial for Widget this time? Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side I, Tamatao, the ruler of demonkind. And on the other, my mortal enemy, the Nine-Tailed Fox. Why are you happy? No, no, no.
Got it!
When the Nine-Tailed Fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking that pierced the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that had produced that infernal racket. A creaking door. You must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. What about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tamataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? In the Forbidden Chamber. Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. And the terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering Tamataro you saw, most likely the Forbidden Chamber statue. Yes, that would explain it. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the Nine-Tailed Fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai? Fantastico, Apollo, it's entirely possible. In a groggy dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. That was not the Nine-Tailed Fox. It was... the Amazing Nine-Tails. What? The Amazing Nine-Tails? At first this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it. It was the Amazing Nine-Tails who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door. I'm sorry I asked. Amazing Nine-Tails? But that was the victim, Alderman QE, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that, this is completely new information. Let me enter and run an update. Amid the darkness, a mighty statue of Tamataro loomed overhead. Suddenly the door did open and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. The Amazing Nine-Tails had come to the rescue. Why would you be sad about that? When the Amazing Nine-Tails opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but then you also feel shock and sadness. Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind I do recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the Fiend's Cape of Red. But when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. A Cape of Red? Apollo, if you reduce the noise level... But there's still a little left. Amayatema, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory's still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definite shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction, here comes justice. Okay.
Objection!
You said the Amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayatema, does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the Amazing Ninetales was arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook the red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe the great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the Amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know. Could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this?
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was the Alderman's blood? Blood? Wait, yes, it was blood.
Ay.
It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the Amazing Ninetales, the Alderman's bloody body. His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the Amazing Ninetales killed Alderman QB? But the Alderman was the Amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
What? Don't you think this strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said naught about seeing the Amazing Ninetales there. Just had to bring it up, didn't you? Thanks you didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? Yes. Of course, I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a hat worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Temmo was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So, let us consider the following question. If the fact points to Florent LaBelle and the victim being dead at the scene, why did Jinxie Temma see the victim and her father, Mayor Temma? A very good question indeed, and I suppose you have an answer for us. Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. Let's assert that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Temma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has in fact misremembered the events, what could have made her do so? LaBelle was disguised as Temma. The figure Miss Temma saw was not her father. It was Rand LaBelle disguised as Damien Temma.
Silence.
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How would you explain it away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face? I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? No, and the reason for that is so fucking stupid. But I just remembered how this case goes. Alright. You saw this as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I pass. Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way. Your boldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says? When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Other than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A master can't be removed in front of others, and these facts turn things around. You got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your boldness, I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
Nah. I do have proof. Do you now? Alright, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Temma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Temma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Temma's secret identity.
Take that!
What absolute claptrap, poppycock, balderdash! Do you not have any better words? We thought the Elderman was the amazing Ninetales and the Mayor was Temma Tauro. That's why we believe the Mayor killed the Elderman in his lust for Ninetales Vale. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Temma wasn't Temma Tauro at all, he was the amazing Ninetales. I like that Athena is also surprised. What's this? You'd best explain yourself, Justice Dono, and from where you derived such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out, even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence.
The accused and a deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen a difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence.
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the Amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask it. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. Then by all means, Mr. Justice answered for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered a room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also dragged into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the Amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. A scream that led Jinxie Tama to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman QB was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering and...
Objection!
No, you twisted, Samurai. This time, you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Ooh! Once Miss Tama left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so the Amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, was LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tamataro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tama the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. See, well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence!
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tama's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales. This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. And no one except a killer as insane as his plot, and I say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortal. It is at your own peril that you forget who I am. Mayor Tama, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you? I... You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tama is not the Amazing Ninetales.
Objection!
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tama Tower right here and now. What? Why, you would dare reveal the secret? My good friend, the alderman told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth, what with the superstitions now, would it? Truth behind Tamataro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say, I am the Amazing Ninetales, I dare you.
Objection!
Wait, will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tama will do anything to keep the truth behind Tamataro's secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the Amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right, Tonight, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now? I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements will warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the Amazing Ninetales or not? The Amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Temma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if you did admit to such nonsense, I would expose the truth behind Temma Towers right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. That's a lot of words about nothing. Take a bit out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damon Temma is not the Amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QP was the Amazing Ninetales, anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. But I don't even know where to start. So you don't have any proof that the mayor is the Amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tamataro. We're so close, I know it. Defense may cross-examine the witness. Thank you.
Hold it!
Do not gaze upon Tamataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tamataro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him? Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And the truth is Tamataro is a great greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetales Vale is all about. Tamataro is a great fortune. Come to think of it. Yes. Could Tamataro actually be the Forbidden Chamber treasure? Telling the villagers that Tamataro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Temma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tamataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tamataro exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony.
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle, what if Tamataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tamataro no longer existed. What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tamataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tamataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? Looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that the Tamataro has been stolen? Yep. Phineas Fitch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. A beautiful golden Tamataro was. The great inspired by Tamataro can no longer bring ruin upon Nine-Tails Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tema? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the Elderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tamataro. For he said to me, the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tamataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tamataro is the yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Nine-Tails Vale. In return for the gold my ancestors did receive from Nine-Tails Vale, land that would become Tamataro. It drive the villagers mad with greed at their great fortune. Bitter was the great field battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tamataro came to be. The Tamataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tamataro made quite a mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Nine-Tails Vale, a thing so terrible that Tamataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tamataro would never seek to take over Nine-Tails Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tamataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Nine-Tails, aren't you? No, don't do it. Please, no. You shut up. Be gone, you demented demon. Now where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Nine-Tails, is indeed me. He's taking on many identities. And that means Jinxie. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the fox chamber. Was he wearing the amazing Nine-Tails mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so... So it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh, Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than the Belch scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tema did not kill Alderman QB, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant!
Silence.
Justice, don't know. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blank gases, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law. But... alright, let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. Since when does he not have green hair anymore? Did he sweat the color out? The hell? This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword. You will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now, present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Pratt, do you have anything conclusive? Of course! Evidence. Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need, too. We need to finally prove Mayatama innocent. Here comes justice. Ooh, let's go. Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the Amazing Ninetales. But as we know now, of course we were way off. The Amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tama. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the Amazing Ninetales collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. He didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he's not as clever as he thinks he is. Did any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? That mask. I know, the Amazing Ninetales mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does the mask hold? The white hair. What about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Alright, the hair's Flora and LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. The mask. How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Curie. Yes, but the Amazing Ninetales, as we know is Mayatama, so... That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
Hideous? That's not nice. It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fob is not the white hair type. Because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection.
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It was washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all of the remaining riddles.
Take that.
What is that? This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the Amazing Ninetales mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that preening Peacock's hair color is... That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the river flowing through 98's well, we now have a real-life exposé. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex Curie. You. Peasant, how dare you? Okay. Very normal freak out. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off. It's LaBelle. Sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. Why? You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tama's aide? I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million? Finished, washed up. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. Damn. This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackwell, defeated.
Yes! And it will happen again.
Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head just like the other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Wait, that was a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with Florent LaBelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Sprinkler? Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as tamest. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Nine-Tails Vale. The Bell set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger, but the efforts of the amazing Nine-Tails saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tema. I see, but what I still can't comprehend is why would he go after the gold in the first place? Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who's in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's married and dead. Dead due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such voracity. Too bad for him, someone else had gotten to it first anyway. I see. Very well then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tema, not guilty, finally. Court is adjourned. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tamata from Nine-Tails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tema too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman and died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too, but I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the amazing Nine-Tails' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Nine-Tails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tema for the alderman's murder, the restless popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the amazing Nine-Tails was just killed, he'd die a hero, but if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right, and then when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot. A most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you acting like Temataro again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not concern me? Jinxie. Seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you.
Ah, you're finally back.
Yes, it would seem Temataro is no match for you.
I'm not scared of the silly yokai anymore.
Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great?
Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Aww. Yeah.
He's so cute. Is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the amazing Nine-Tails will have to retire, though. Aw, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Nine-Tails, my fanbase will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people, another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. Say, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the quarters once the news broke. Seems to want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tammer, the man behind the mask. And to root for you to return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me, but I thought I was nothing more than a matter of fact in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are.
Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa.
Jinxie. Yeah, I think you've been eating this.
Take that!
Thank you. Now, if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting. Yeah!
Ninetales Vale forever!
Okay. I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tamatown and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, blackmailers slash killers behind bars and the merge is no longer an issue. Plus, the Amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. And it's all because we believed in our client, just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we got that one in the back, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Mood. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Gotta keep eating, Apollo. Or you might have to start looking up at me. Huh? I'm definitely past my girl phase, and you should be about past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stepping time. Keep eating like that, and the only direction you grow is sideways. Very funny. If I've got a hollow leg, I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? I can't wait to see this. Calories. Ha! Just let him try to stick on me. Alright, already you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Aldoon's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know? I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Yay! Thanks, boss. I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Aldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. Don't say that. That was our first case together. And it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. Why is the text so slow? The dark edge of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. First time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night was to come. Okay, Athena. That's really fucking ominous. Anyway, or ominous. Yay! That is the second case then. Jesus. Yeah, this game is long. But that is going to be it for tonight, because for one, I am also hungry. And two, I would really like to get into the next chapter more rested. So for now, that is not how I wanted this. Jesus. That is going to be it. Have a very, very good night, everyone. I'll send you all over to... Let's see if this works. I hope I set this up correctly again. Yeah.
So that's a guy who's playing Hollow Knight. I feel like everyone and their mother is playing Hollow Knight because, you know, Silksong is releasing this week. I hope you have fun. Wish you all a very, very good night. Soon.
And bye bye. Bye bye bye.